Hello, everyone, and welcome to Live at the Waterhole. It's been a while since I've taken you on board across the various cameras in Southern Africa, at least while we start this morning. Welcome, everyone. I'm so happy to be with you. It's me, Trishala, and we're starting off at Jamala Waterhole. I'm very glad because oftentimes, it's the middle of the day, and this is the time when there's not too much going on. But we can rely on some buffalo and some zebra and hopefully some elephants too. Now, at this Jamala Waterhole, which is in Madikwe Game Reserve in the Northwest Province, we get lots of elephants and giraffe as well. But apart from that, we have lots more to look forward to. We've also got Okukuyu to start with, King's Camp in the Timbavati, Jamala here, and Juma Cam. And then later on in the day, we'll be joined by the Africams as well. Now, as usual, we are live and interactive, so that means that you can send through questions and comments. You can do that by heading over to our website and registering. And also, you can now watch Live at the Waterhole on YouTube. And if you are, please hit subscribe. You can keep up to date on all the latest and greatest animal information and updates. Now, what I like to do with Live at the Waterhole, and I was doing it when it first started off, and since then we've had a lot more naturalists coming in with our own styles and information, which I love because it gives you an opportunity to learn in different ways and observe in different ways. But if you know me and you know how I like to do Live at the Waterhole, I like to let the animals take center stage. And that means having lots of moments of silence. But I am here if you need anything because it's your Live at the Waterhole and you know how to send through those questions and those comments. But before we get started and we settle in, let me send you over to have a look at the weather at the different locations. Nice and warm across quite a few of the locations, I must say. The lowest temperature was about 22 degrees, and so nice to get that feeling like we're on the cusp of summer. Now, some areas, spring kind of really doesn't exist. We go from the dry season and the cooler temperatures straight into, 38 degrees Celsius weather. We have this very tiny sliver where it's spring. But I myself am very happy to finally feel the chill leave the air. Now, I'm sitting in my office in the Western Cape of South Africa in Cape Town. And let me tell you, Cape Town's winter has been going on for months and months and months and months and months. I would say like 2/3 of the year has just been winter. But thankfully, now the chill is gone and I can also get to spend time in the African bush and live vicariously through the cams. I suppose that's one thing that I love about any waterhole show, that we can actually feel like we're there in person. Darkmane Lover, hello. Thank you for joining us. You say that you're so happy to see me. I suppose hear me as well, but you did see my little photo come up. I am so happy to be here with all of you too. It feels like it has been a while since I've gotten to be your air hostess in a way, guiding you through the different cameras. I'm quite thankful. Now, last time I sat with you all for Live at the Waterhole at Jamala, there was a whole lot of construction happening, and I was lucky enough to actually visit this waterhole in person a couple months ago when I was in Madikwe Game Reserve. And I was promised that the construction would end soon, but you know how it goes. It can always take longer than you expect. Thankfully, right now, those sounds are not too bad. So let's get stuck in. Firstly, let's just chat about the fact that we have some really nice zebra here. Now, at Madikwe, I realized that the zebra have really nice, unique patterns. Now, all zebras have a unique pattern, but something was a little bit different about the zebra that I was seeing at Madikwe. The zebra had little spots every now and then, not the entire body or half the body, of course, but in between the black lines, or sometimes in that little triangle above the front limbs or on top of the front limbs, there were a few spots. So notice these things. Maybe see if there's any of these zebras that you can see an identifying feature of. I came across quite a few when I was at Madikwe. And I've also found that the black stripes of the zebra in this area are quite thick. Oh, we've got one rolling around as well. I can even see the zebra way in the back there, and you can see also that the bush is looking quite thin. Good rains have not yet come to this area, and so all that sickle bush in the background there is very, very sparse, which means that we can see animals coming to the waterhole for quite some distance. So take a moment, just enjoy sitting at the waterhole. What I like to think of is imagine you've got, a little bit of a picnic basket and you're just sipping on some orange juice and watching the animals like you're right there. So let's take a moment to take it all in and just listen to the sounds. Hi, Picasso. Thank you for joining us. You say you enjoy the water holes, especially the close ups. Are you giving us a hint there, Picasso? I think it would be nice to get a bit of a close up of that buffalo there who's giving himself a nice rub against the branch. Can you see that? Let's get a little closer. Of course, he'll stop as soon as we want to get a closer look. But Picasso, you were so right. I think that what's lovely about the water holes and the cameras at the water holes, obviously, is that we can really get to have a close look at animals in a way that we're not able to when we're in person. I suppose if you don't have a camera, we can really, really get some beautiful images of their faces and their bodies, close ups of what they're doing. It really gives us an opportunity to experience and investigate the natural world in a way that we wouldn't ordinarily be able to. Ah, lovely. Sometimes we get close ups of, shall I say, activities of a personal nature. This buffalo bull had himself a good scratch, and then it was time to let his bowels do some work. Now, I wonder if you had a look at some of the zebra, if you found any identifying features, perhaps. I didn't see any with those spots that I was telling you about that they sometimes have. And the area I usually see them in is if you look just above the front legs, in their shoulder area, you can see there's a triangle of spots, triangle of stripes. It's kind of where the different stripes converge, the ones that come down the neck and the ones that are along the body. And they converge and create this little bit of a triangular shape. And it's around there that I would usually see a few stripes. Apparently, that's also the spot that young calves will use to identify their mother. It's apparently that spot that they get imprinted or gets imprinted in the young's mind. I am seeing a few thick stripes as I had described before, though, but I'm going to keep an eye out for those little spots.
World Animal Day is here, and WildEarth is rallying for a battle of the ages. One naturalist reigns victorious, and the time for redemption has arrived. It's Safari Bingo. Catch the chaos and contention as our naturalists compete to spot the most animals. Join us on our sunset safaris and spot the next sovereign of the safari. WildEarth, we are Safari.
Most of the buffalo that were in attendance have left. They got themselves nice and muddy. I think I still see one in the distance there walking through. Ah, and I think I see my first spot. Now I'm going to have to try and describe which zebra I'm looking at. So there's a tight group where the zebra foal is. It's one of the zebra in there have a little white spot in that triangular area I was telling you about just above the shoulder. Now, I always find this quite fun. There it goes, walking away now to the other side. No, don't move so fast. Well, at least we got a good look at those lips now. And you can see that they're clearly getting a lot of sand in there. They're also using their tongue. So much sand falling out of their mouths. I'm going to have to keep an eye out again for the one I saw with a little spot. But I can definitely see why we call a group of zebra a dazzle, because all together like this, it is so difficult to, like, it takes a bit of brain power to figure out where one zebra starts and the other one ends. The zebra in between these two groups on the left and the right looks a little light and has greater space between its black stripes, particularly on its rump. Now, all these things for us take effort for us to figure out what we're looking at, these identifying features. But for zebra, as animals that are constantly with other individuals, these are very, very easy things for them. In the same way that we recognize the faces of our relatives or friends without trying, zebra can do the same for the individuals that they interact with. And also, you can identify a stranger very quickly. You can also identify if someone looks like somebody else but is not that person. And that's because knowing who is around us is an important survival skill. And so I can't imagine it would be any different for any other animal to recognize their own species, and especially to recognize their kin, even if they don't have a strong relationship with them. I find it very improbable that they wouldn't be able to recognize their own kin. The other waterholes are a little quiet still, and we will visit them, of course, but we can have a bit of a look around here at Jamala first. Oh, there's still a buffalo soaking it up right in the middle there of the waterhole at the end, or at the edge, the other side. A few zebra, some stragglers, maybe they'll go and join the others on the other side. But all in all, a pretty peaceful afternoon at the Jamala Waterhole. And on that note, let me give you a few minutes of peace as well. Okay, so I was 100% convinced that that muddy or shadow in the mud was a buffalo, but perhaps it was just a spot where a buffalo was wallowing and is kicked up or moved around some nice wet mud that's making the perfect buffalo color.
Do you want to touch the lives of future protectors of our Earth? Thanks to our wonderful WildEarth explorers, WildEarth Kids is back. Sign your class up for WildEarth schools and enjoy a special virtual field trip to Africa with interactive learning tailored for kids.
Very warm welcome to the kids from WildEarth Primary School.
We'll be dedicating the first hour of Sunset Safaris every Wednesday to our planet's future defenders. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
beautiful color. And even the sky, it could be bluer, but it's a little bit overcast in Madikwe. But oftentimes the color difference is just it's beautiful. It's something I love about all the cameras, particularly Madikwe and Okukuyo. There's some impala coming through. Oh, I love spending this time with all of you and at the Waterhole. And remember that it's WildEarth's mission to connect people with nature. And I love being part. Remember, everybody, that it's WildEarth's mission to connect people with nature. And I love being part of that mission. And if you'd like to help us out with that, please head over to our website to donations. And we'd love for you to support us. Oh my goodness. Lots and lots of movement. I think this is an excellent example of how animals will take their cue, particularly herbivores or prey species, will take their cue even from other species around them. So, what had happened there, and you saw all this dust kick up as the zebra reacted to the impala that were running through. And it's a really important survival technique to react to what's happening around you. It seems obvious, but there's no time to assess for yourself whether there's a predator around. You've got to make sure that if something else is reacting, it's better you react than wait to see yourself and be the animal that gets eaten. A little bit of a frenzy, and then they realize everything is fine, and we're back to chomping the soil there. Things are so dry here at Madikwe. I mean, as the zebra is walking, look, as it was walking, it was kicking up sand because the sand is so loose. And then it even spooked itself. Not sure if you saw that. Zebra can be very funny. Anyway, we were talking about the color of the soil, the color of the sky, and how beautiful the contrast between the two is. But another spot that is equally beautiful, but a different type of colored soil, is Okokoyo. And we haven't gone there this morning, so let's head over to have a look. Oh, hello, Etosha National Park. How I do love the Okokoyo Waterhole. It's always so busy. At the moment, we've got the usual suspects. We've got the springbok. There's some kudu coming down there in the distance. And I especially love to see when the elephants come down at Okokoyo. A really stunning waterhole. Here, the sand is very different. You can see around the waterhole, like just at the lip, it's much browner. But over across, you can see it's very white. And that's a result of salts. Because remember that the Etosha National Park, about 22% of it or so is salt pans, or are salt pans. And that's what causes, or rather the salt attaching to the rocks and the soil in the area as water evaporates, is what causes this really beautiful white. And when it's very bright in person, it can, almost look like a mirror. It reflects so much light. Now here I also love to watch the animals come down because there's a tree line at the end there. And that tree line, the animals usually move from there towards the actual pan. And you can see them making their way down, and kind of makes me feel like I'm guessing what could it be. And also the color makes it really hard to judge distance accurately because it's kind of plain. So your brain uses the shapes and sizes of things between a distance to help you figure out what's happening in your area in terms of measurements. So, because between the waterhole and that tree line, there's very little to give us any kind of relative sense about size or distance, it makes for quite a guessing game to figure out what's coming down. I can definitely see some oryx, South African oryx or gemsbok, and some Egyptian geese causing a racket as usual. And there we go, just like we saw at Jamala. One animal started to move very quickly, and it caused the others to react too. The springbok were reacting, and then those gemsbok started to react after the kudu did. All because that one Egyptian goose came flying through and ended up on the other side of the pan with the ridiculous speed. Ah, Ingrid, thank you so much for joining us. It's nice to hear your name again. You say hello, Trishala. You recognize my voice. Have a happy day. Ingrid, thank you very much. Like you once said, with Live at the Waterhole, we are adopting the pace of nature. I will never forget that. I think that's a beautiful description of what we do, or at least how I do Live at the Waterhole. I like to let the environment, the habitat, and the animals take the lead. But of course, I'm here if you need anything, any questions you may have, any comments you want to give us. I am here. Hi, Daniela. You say how you miss South Africa, or perhaps Southern Africa. Here in Okukuyu, remember this is Etosha National Park in Namibia, but I get you. I get you, Daniela. South Africa is a beautiful, beautiful country. I mean, all of Southern Africa is just stunning. So much variation in our landscape, so much variation in the types of antelope we get, the predators. I really, really, really do love my home country. And I love all of Africa. I suppose one day I will do a lot more traveling around Africa. There's just so much to see. And I think that's also one of the reasons that I really enjoy Live at the Waterhole. I know at the moment we've only got the 4 camps that we're looking at here at Okokoyo in Namibia, and we were at Jamala, King's Camp, and Juma. But later on, When the Africams come on board, then you'll see a lot more variation. So many different cameras. And when we do something like Live at the Waterhole, what it does is also exposes those areas. It shows off or showcases rather our biodiversity, and also the diversity in habitat. And it makes that accessible to people all over the world, which is truly, truly special. It means that we all have the opportunity to learn and engage and watch. Because traveling to all these different places can be very expensive. But luckily, we have access, even if it's just virtually. Welcome to Africam, your window to Africa's wild spaces. Immerse yourself in the captivating sights and sounds of nature. With our high-definition cameras, you'll feel like you're right there, in the heart of the action, where every moment is a surprise waiting to unfold. Join our global community of wildlife enthusiasts as we witness nature's drama unfold in real time. Still here at Okukuyu, and I'm hoping to see an elephant come down, but we have been so lucky just at Jamala, so let's head over to the Jamala Waterhole. So lovely. They always make their way to this exact spot. And it's an area where the waterhole is fed with a little pipe. And you know, elephants, they're very fussy. If they can have the freshest water possible, they will make the effort to get it. And that often means going right to where the pipe or the spring is, so they can get the freshest water before any sediment kind of makes it muddy. They want to get right in there. There's also two warthogs on the opposite end of the elephant, and our zebra are still busy kicking up dust. What a wonderful view Gwen has given us of the sickle bush in the background. It actually is really nice to have a look at the sickle bush because that's kind of the dominant tree or shrub in this area. Well, not really shrub, but dominant tree in the area. A lot of the thickets are just made up of sickle bush. And that makes it very difficult to penetrate through that bush. And you can see that most of them are bare. But once the rains do come and they start to flower, their flowers look like these beautiful yellow and pink lanterns that just kind of hang off the tree. There we go. We've got a nice view of this bull now. Goodness, his eyelids look very nice and low. Almost looks a little sleepy. You see he's pretty relaxed. One, that the eyelids are low. Two, you can see he's resting his back leg, his left back leg on the other one. He's got some water. What more could he want? Probably some nice vegetation too. Now, during the dry season, especially in an area like Madikwe, because it is a fenced reserve, so elephants cannot move very much. I mean, obviously, it's massive, it's 75,000 hectares. But during the dry season, that precious resource of leaves to browse on or grass to pull out as well, it's significantly reduced. And that means that the elephants can be a little bit more irritable. Now, there isn't ever a case where there isn't enough food for elephants because elephants are mixed feeders. They're not just eating leaves or just eating grass. They're also going after bark and roots and tubers. And there's a lot of that too. But remember, that's also extra effort. How nice it is to just be walking around and pull a bundle of grass into your mouth. So the other things that they eat takes a little bit more effort. So during the dry season, it's important to be a little bit more cautious of elephants because they might not be in the greatest of moods. they may be a little bit more stressed. But again, that's all part of the natural cycle of things. This idea of feast and famine, which all animals in the wild live by. But this guy, he looks pretty satisfied. Hi, Moonshine Lily. You'd like to know why isn't he the color of the sand? Well, he is. He's just the color of a different sand. So if we look at the sand that's closest to the waterhole, you can see that it is kind of gray, pale and gray. It's not red. So it all depends on where this elephant has been um, spending its time. So there's another waterhole in Madikwe called Tau that we may be able to visit once the Africams come on a little later. And Tau almost looks like Ukukuyu. The sand is completely white, mineral rich, and you don't see that red iron oxide rich soil. So when you see elephants walking around a reserve, particularly one that has multiple soil types, by watching the elephant or looking at the elephant, you might even be able to tell where it's been. And there's some parts in Madikwe, kind of like the very eastern section. Um, the soil there is so red that all the elephants look completely red. They almost look like they're made of brick. It's so red. But then those that you see in the northwestern corner where that Waterhole Tower is, those elephants look completely white. Okay, no, that's an exaggeration. They look very pale. But if they had to move between those two areas, one from, say, the southeast walks all the way to Tau in the northwest, it would look really odd because that elephant would look very red. And then vice versa as well. So, what the elephant looks like in terms of the sand on it can tell us a little bit about where it's been. If you want to see an elephant in its purely natural color, Juma is a good place to look because there's not too much variation in soil color in Juma. It's pretty much all just granitic origin soil that's pretty coarse. And so the elephants, though they do obviously dust bathe, because the particles are not very fine, they don't get stuck on the elephant in the same way as it does in, say, an area like Madikwe. So he does have the color of the soil, just not the color of the soil right here, not the red that we're seeing kind of at the edges here. But even like I said earlier, where the actual water is in this waterhole, the sand is pale there too. The edges of this waterhole seems to just get steeper and steeper, and some of those little ones stretching out their trunks to reach the water below looked quite precarious. And it's not unusual for little calves to, unfortunately, tip over and into the water, but luckily they have the rest of the herd around them to help out. Now, I have seen that at Tao before, the other waterhole I told you about in Madikwe, and everyone comes to the calf's rescue. But hopefully today we won't see any tip over. I mean, yes, of course, it's amusing to watch because nothing's going to happen to the calf. But at the same time, it's really stressful. So you wouldn't want that for any animal. But they are always safe, at least to the best of the herd's ability when they're together. So lovely to see a herd come down to drink. And elephants are so water dependent that it feels very much joyful when they reach the waterhole. Oh, that was quite interesting. Not everybody wants to share the precious pipe resource there, the best of the best water, but that's not going to stop the other elephant. That bull has not moved from that spot. He really, really wants to make sure that he's getting the best water. Lucy, you had a really nice question. You wanted to know a little bit more about the longevity or the life expectancy of an elephant. And in the wild, we're usually looking at, or at least for an African elephant, we're usually looking at about 55 to 65. Very rarely will it get to live older than that or longer than that. But there are some really interesting anecdotes of people who say that they've seen an elephant that looks like they're 70 or even older. Now, African elephants, they don't do well in captivity. So that also means that the kind of available data for life expectancy, um, there's not too much of it compared to an Asian elephant. Asian elephants do a lot better in captivity. And Asian elephants, I mean, there are some individuals that are still alive today that are in their 80s. I remember there was a particular elephant, I think it was the oldest elephant ever recorded. Um, and that elephant was called Vatsala, I think, also an Asian elephant in one of the reserves in India. And that elephant was over 100. It was thought that she was 105. Now, again, like I say, because African elephants don't do well in captivity, we don't know really what's the upper limit, what they could survive to if they were being fed. But in the wild, we're looking at about 65 at most. And that's because elephants have 6 sets of teeth that they go through in their lifetime. And once they reach that final set, that sixth set, they're once that's worn down, there's nothing left. And when you see really old elephants, and you can tell just by their features, their size as well, but particularly you'll see around their face things look very sunken, sort of like old humans as well. You know, where there's no support by bone structure, all those areas kind of get sunken in, and you see that with older elephants as well. And particularly if you see those signs, so visually they look like an old elephant, and then you also see them near water holes, kind of trying to relieve aches and pains, sitting in water, in mud, and then also eating vegetation at the edges of a dam or a water source. And that's because that kind of vegetation is softer, it's full of water, and that makes chewing a lot easier, particularly if you've got no more teeth left. So, the limiting factor in life expectancy for elephants in the wild is that last set of teeth. How long will it be able to last it? Oh my goodness, they just keep piling through. I love this. I love this so much. It's as if every animal has come down to the water hole now, and you don't even know where to look. Some wildebeest have come down, some more zebra are walking through, kicking up that dust. Oh, look at this. So much going on. I love it. Apologies for that little glitch. Maybe I got too excited and I just made the camera glitch there. But I am very excited. The elephant to the left, at the edge of the screen on the left, there is throwing some mud in it. The others are congregating in a nice spot very close to that pipe, and the zebra are also walking through. So much to see. It's a feast for the eyes. Cardi Bebe, you say these sounds are incredible. Thank you. That's what I love so much about being in the bush is really the sights are beautiful and it can be thrilling to be in the bush, but to sit and just listen to the sounds is an opportunity we often don't give ourselves. Sometimes, if we have the luxury of time in an area, like in a wild space, then we can do that. But when you're out in safari, it's just a few days and you're going from one sighting to another sighting. And only when you're sitting in a sighting can you actually listen. And even then, you're focused on the animal that you're there to watch. Sitting at a waterhole gives us an opportunity to just listen. And I'm glad that I can offer you that space.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leonbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
So much dust. And for me, dust, I mean, obviously it's indicative of there being very little moisture in the area that can obviously allow for dust to be easily kicked up into the atmosphere. But what it tells me is that there's animals around, there's movement. And so when I see a dust cloud, I think to myself, what's there? And often you'll see lots of buffalo kicking up dust, and because herds can be in the hundreds as they move through, especially a dry area, they kick up so much dust. But here you can see that the zebra are doing very well, and so are the elephants. Again, the elephants fighting over that pipe that feeds in the fresh water to this pan. And there's also some littler individuals over on the other side that look a little confused, to be honest. Now I am keeping my eye on this little one on the right there. That one looks, I was going to say a little bit confused. And at first, yes, it did look a little confused, but I think it's just having a bit of a play. pushing around some soil with its trunk. These two near the pipe are having a little fight while the calf grabs the water. Making the adults fight is always a good distraction. This is why I love watching elephants, especially at a waterhole. There's so much to look for. You can enjoy the peacefulness of just watching them drink and then listening to the sound of the water as it falls out the sides of their mouth to, well, several meters to hit the water below. Those beautiful sounds. Or you can keep an eye out on the youngsters and see what they get up to. So much happens at a waterhole. It's a place of tension, of stress sometimes. If there's crocodiles in the water, it can be a spot of anxiety if you see giraffes coming down. And then other times, a waterhole can be a space where animals come down and they get that fundamental resource that's very important for their survival. And sometimes it can even feel like a family picnic when elephants come down, spending lots of time at the waterhole, and then the calves get very used to the area and they know that the adults are going to be here for a while and they start to play. There's just so much can go on at a waterhole. And I love watching and I love listening to it as it happens. A reminder again that we are live and interactive. Oh, we've got some baboons coming through. Everything is happening at this waterhole. But yes, we are live and interactive, so you can head over to our website to send us questions and comments. But if you know me, you know I like to give you moments of peace and silence when it comes to live at the waterhole, but I am here if you need anything. If we see interesting behaviors, if there's anything you want to ask, if you just want to sit back and relax, just enjoy it, then please, I invite you to do that too. JJ, that is an excellent question. You'd like to know what would you feed a toothless elephant? While I can't say that I've ever worked at a zoo to be able to answer your question accurately, I would imagine that those elephants that have very worn down teeth or are in fact toothless would probably be fed some kind of grass, obviously vegetation, but that's been chopped up quite a bit. Um, Sort of, if you imagine, not puree exactly, but like all mulched up. So it's very easy for them to just press with their gums. But obviously, in the wild, nobody does that. And so the elephants have to go to areas where vegetation is soft in general. So things like herbs. So the distinction between a herb and um, a bush or a shrub is that shrubs can be woody. So that means that the tissues, the plant tissues in them, are woody. So that means when you break it, it doesn't just snap. Um, it takes a little bit of, it's fibrous, takes a little bit of work. But for a herb, as you would know, herbs in your garden, they snap very easily and they're very easy to crush and smash and smush. So for an elephant, they at that age, when they're toothless and they've managed to survive this long, they would need to find that softer vegetation. And softer vegetation tends to grow in areas where there is more water. And also, if you think about herbs versus shrubs, they're a lot more moisture rich. Now, wood is really important because it offers structural integrity to a plant. It allows it to go very, very high up and continuously gain height. But herbs, they don't do that very often. They stay pretty low to the ground, so they don't have to invest in woody fibrous components as much as trees or shrubs do. So it makes sense that they would go after smaller, moisture rich, easy to smush, less fibrous vegetation.
Attention all WildEarth fans. It's that time of the year when the sun rises earlier and sets later. And WildEarth is shifting show times. From October, our daily sunrise safari is moving an hour earlier, live at the Waterhole is moving an hour later, and our daily sunset safari is moving half an hour later. Don't miss a moment. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Things have quietened down just a little bit, didn't it seem? Like there was just a whole lot of energy a little bit earlier when the zebra were running around and the elephants were moving around and those baboons came through. Oh goodness, do we have a warthog in the middle there scratching itself on the rock? We'll have a closer look in a moment. So, just at this waterhole, we've gotten to see zebras, buffalo, wildebeest, impala, warthog, and elephants. I think that's pretty good just for a single waterhole. Now, the only other thing I expect to come down, and I hope will by the end of our time together, are some giraffes. There's so many giraffes at Madikwe. Oh, we also saw baboons. I can still see them at the back there. Some chakma baboons. Now, I would imagine that the elephants would have, a bit more irritation directed towards the baboons than the zebra. But I'm also not an elephant. I have found that elephants don't like a whole lot of disturbance. So if an animal is moving very quickly, particularly if that animal is small, it seems to really irritate elephants. So when you see, for example, guinea fowl, they're small, they're close to the ground, and they move very quickly. Elephants almost always react to guinea fowl. So baboons being quite close to the ground and quick moving, I thought that they may react to them. But at the moment it seems like the elephants might be talking to each other. They were very still, their trunks were held very still as well. Maybe they were chatting about the baboons. Who knows? Well, it's the time that I've certainly been waiting for Africam to join us, and we can have so much variation. That variation I was talking to you about earlier when we started live at the Waterhole. So many more cams to investigate, so much going on. So I can't wait, and I hope that all of you are ready to have a look at some of the Africams too. And here we go. How awesome is this? We're starting off our Africam and WildEarth part of Live at the Waterhole at Tau Lodge in Madikwe. This was the one I was telling you about in the northwest corner of Madikwe, where the sand or the soil is quite different. You can see that there's a crocodile on the move there, getting very close to that coot. The movement seems very purposeful, almost like it's on the hunt. Now, so far, I mean, if you've just joined us, welcome to Live at the Waterhole. Town Lodge in Madikwe at the moment, but we did spend time at Jamala, also in Madikwe Game Reserve, a little bit earlier. That's where we spent the most of our time. We saw so many animals at that waterhole. We spent so much time there. It was wonderful. We did pop into Okakuyu as well. We had the usual suspects down there, but I'm so excited to be at Africam Tau. Oh, that crocodile seems to actually just be heading over to the other side. Now, usually the crocodiles here hang out to the right. Oh, here's one here as well. You know, with crocodiles, sometimes because just like the elephants, they carry the soil of the landscape. They carry a piece of the landscape on their body all the time, moving through muddy waters, basking at the edges of dams and pans. They can blend in so well. And this one looks like a statue. And we've got a heron there behind it as well. But I really thought when we started and we saw that crocodile moving with decisiveness almost, I thought we might be in for a hunt. Also, a reminder that we're live and interactive. You can send through questions and comments by heading over to our website and registering. But, you know, for me, animals take center stage. So I'm going to give you opportunities to sit and listen and watch. But please, if you have any questions, send them through because that's what I'm here for. So there we have a nice view of what the landscape looks like here at Tau. The wildebeest, they like to hang out in that spot. We've got a zebra coming through, and you can see that the sand is quite dark, the fine grained sand, so clays look like almost a dark gray, but on top of that, they're larger rocks of white. And that's because of the mineral-rich soil in the area and the deposits that are on those rocks. Oh, this is fantastic, seeing the zebras coming through like this. Zebras, I think they've taken the front stage, front and center of this live at the Waterhole. Now we've got about 40 minutes together. So if you have questions, send them through. But I'm going to try and give you some good moments to just enjoy. Now before I do that, I just want to tell you that I love this camera. Tau is such a special cam. We sometimes see jackals, particularly there's a pair of jackal that hang out in this particular area. And I really like seeing them. There's always guinea fowl. We've got some kudu in the back there too. can also see that it looks quite a bit greener here at Tal, in the northwestern section of Madikwe, than it does at Jamala, which is further to the south, southeast-ish. Simi, you are absolutely right. Now, when I first started live at the Waterhole, we just had the four, but now with Africam joining us, we have so many cams to choose from, and we really do get spoiled. So there's obviously we started off Jamala, Okokoyo, King's Camp, and Juma, but now that Africam is on board as well, then we can also have a look at Tembe, at Old Donyo up in East Africa, at Tau, where we're looking at right now. There's Kwamaratan in the Pilansberg, not very far from Madikwe as well. There's Camphor's Dam in Kimberley, and then Cat Eye Pan, the Lady Butch Lodge in Baluli. So, so much to spoil us.
World Animal Day is here, and WildEarth is rallying for a battle of the ages. One naturalist reigns victorious, and the time for redemption has arrived. It's Safari Bingo. Catch the chaos and contention as our naturalists compete to spot the most animals. Join us on our sunset safaris and spot the next sovereign of the safari. WildEarth, we are Safari.
So many cams to spoil us. And yet, Jamala is producing today. Some more elephants have come down, and there's a very tiny calf amongst them as well. Ah, some youngsters are very interested in that pile of iron oxide rich soil on the right. They look so comfortable. While I can't comment on the emotional state of any animal, because I'm not an elephant, I feel like they look happy. I love this. This is like a little practice mound for them to practice their dust bathing skills. Now, remember, I said to you that different parts of Madikwe have different kinds of soils, and particularly in the eastern section, particularly the southeastern section, things are really, really red. And at the Jamala waterhole, where soil is not dug up, it's just kind of got a hint of red. But once it's dug up, like it is here on the right, you can just see how rich red the color is. And while you see these youngsters dust bathing, you can see how the elephants can be very red, take on that color very easily. Now, usually elephants will try to loosen the soil with their feet or with their tusks even. But here we have a pile ready to be thrown on you. And these youngsters are really, really, oh, it's so cute. Bit of a practice. Oh, what's this commotion? Peace to ya, you sound just like me. You say you love elephants, but you also love all animals. Yeah, that's me too. I mean, I really, really, really do love elephants. They are probably the animal that I will go out or seek out the most. If I'm at a reserve and I can spend time with elephants, I choose to spend time with elephants anytime I can. Because they're always doing something. There's always something to watch, and there's this unexplainable connection that I and I'm sure many other people feel towards elephants. But just like you, I love all animals. Oh, I love how this little mound of sand has now drawn so much attention. I mean, it is perfect. It's fine grained sand. They can easily throw themselves. They don't have to put in the extra effort to dig up and loosen any soil. It's lovely. And you can almost see the curiosity on their faces. Ooh, that screech was the I want to drink milk, but mom's not letting me screech. Oh, it looks like we've got a bit of a shoving contest there with these two bulls. You see, one's moving back, one's moving forward. Oh, shake of the head. Oh, that red sand just flew off like a plume of color off that bull's head as he shook it. Now, this is what I mean when a whole lot of elephants come together and they've been at a waterhole for a while and they start to get really comfortable. That's when you get the youngsters moving away from the waterhole, forming little groups, playing, investigating, being curious. And it really reminds me of a family picnic. You know, when you arrive, especially if you have a large family and there's extended family as well, and you arrive and everyone's like, around the similar area. And then you kind of get into it and you separate, and then maybe there's a fight or two, maybe there's an argument, there's kids having fun, falling over. This is what it's like when a whole lot of elephants come to a waterhole and they're there, to really spend time. This reminds me of a family picnic. So many vocalizations, so much going on. I see another pushing and shoving match at the back there. Goodness, I just love it. Some are trying to drink, some are trying to assert their dominance. Calves are trying to play. So many wonderful sounds to take in. And like I said, it can be really relaxing at a waterhole, even for us to watch. And other times it can be very exciting. Like right now, it feels like there's such high energy. There's an elephant on the right there who just flung its trunk at some zebra. Oh, goodness, it makes me so happy to watch animals like this. Whoa, reverse, reverse, reverse. That bull just reversed into the scene. Hi, Morgana in the UK. You'd like to know if there are different species of African elephants. When we talk about African elephants, what we're really seeing, or what we're really talking about, are two types of elephants. So the elephant that we're looking at right now is more correctly the savanna elephant. Oh my goodness. This bull, or the two bulls, are causing a lot of disturbance here. So, Morgana, there's two types of African elephants: the savanna elephant, which is the one we're looking at now, and that's Loxodonta africana. And then there's also the bush elephant. Sorry, the forest elephant. And the forest elephant is Loxodonta cyclotis. Now, we don't get forest elephant here in southern Africa. You get them in the forests of Central Africa, like the Congo. But when we speak of African elephants, we're talking about those two elephants: the savanna elephant, the one you're looking at now, and the forest elephant. Now, those two elephant species are closely related, and the African elephant is not very closely related to the Asian elephant. The Asian elephant is closely related to the mammoth. I mean, obviously, they are related fairly closely, but when you're talking about relative distance, African elephants, the forest elephant, and the savanna elephant are very closely related, whereas the Asian elephant, more distantly.
Those sounds just go straight through you.
Oh, look at this bull on the approach. It's quite intimidating when you walk towards us looking right at the cam with his head lifted. There we go. Oh, goodness, that is intimidating. He's not a particularly big boy, but still so impressive. So curious. You can just see from this elephant's body language that something has piqued his interest. He's lifting his head up, his ears are out. It's not particularly aggressive, but definitely something has gotten his attention. Now he's looking over at the actual lodge, and I don't hear any construction, so I doubt there's anybody there. But something has gotten his attention. There you can just see the edge of the lodge. Maybe it is a person on the deck. Because I wonder if you saw that very quick kind of reactive movement that he made, almost as if somebody had moved on the deck and he kind of got a little bit of a jolt. You can also see some indecisiveness. You know, he's swinging from side to side. He's playing with his trunk. It's kind of like twiddling your thumbs. Not sure what to do with himself. Trying to figure out what it is that he's looking at, or perhaps even smelling. Look how he's stretching his trunk out. Curious and definitely indecisive. Now moving out with a little bit of haste. Now we've got about 15 minutes together, and then I'm going to hand over to Amy. So if you have any more questions or comments for me, please go ahead and send them through. You know how to do that. Head over to our website and register to send questions and comments. Otherwise, just want to take in the great sights and sounds, of which there are plenty. Please go ahead and do that. Janice, you say you could sit and watch these elephants. It's so tranquil. It is so tranquil. I just combined tranquil and thankful. I suppose we are both, right? It is. It's amazing to watch these beautiful animals all day. And we're so privileged that we can through these static cameras. I think the energy is, subsided a little bit, and everything was a little hectic earlier on. Oh, we've got an elephant on the right there moving towards a zebra. Oh no, just gonna walk past each other. You never know. The elephant might just get a bee in their bonnet and start chasing the zebra. Whenever I see elephants moving towards other animals, I keep my eye on them because it can be quite entertaining when they decide that they don't like a certain animal around. Oh, look at that. Oh, two things happened there. A little calf came in that was looking very red, so we know that it's definitely been playing around in some of that red sand. And then there's also an elephant that's throwing some mud on itself. There we go. Just kind of just to the right of the center of the screen. It seems like it's an elephant day. At first, I thought it might just be a zebra day because zebras are all over, but it's definitely an elephant day. All different colors. You remember, it's just the sand, but we've also got an elephant up in East Africa at the Old Donyo Cam. I love Africam Old Donyo, so let's head over. This has to be one of my favorite cams of all time. Oh, I love it. And the sound in this camera is just spectacular. We've got a nice elephant bull having a drink. Now, most often at the Old Donyo camp, we see elephant bulls. We do occasionally see breeding herds as well. But most of the time, we see nice big bulls. And this one is not only having a drink, he's also giving himself a good splash. And the sound is incredible. Welcome to Africam, your window to Africa's wild spaces. Immerse yourself in the captivating sights and sounds of nature. With our high-definition cameras, you'll feel like you're right there, in the heart of the action, where every moment is a surprise waiting to unfold. Join our global community of wildlife enthusiasts as we witness nature's drama unfold in real time. You can hear it all, even his tail as it's slapping the backs of his legs. Now, the position of this camera at Old Donyo, I love it because it gives us a unique perspective. Because it's quite low down. And this cam, or this waterhole, it is always busy. Recently, there were 3 cheetah that were drinking at this waterhole. It was just stunning. So lots to look forward to when it comes to the Africams that are on board as well. So much to look forward to. Remember that Old Donyo is in Kenya. So the Old Donyo Lodge is in Kenya. It's run by Great Plains Conservation. And it's located somewhere in between Tsavo and Amboseli National Parks. So in our time together, we've gotten to make our way up to East Africa, down to Namibia and Etosha National Park, and Madikwe Game Reserve where Jamala and Tao are. And we're back at the wonderful Okokoyo in Etosha National Park, and I was hoping that we'd see some giraffe today. And here we go. Two giraffe, and somehow I feel complete. I feel like our travel around Africa is complete now that we've seen some giraffe. We've had such wonderful sightings, but mostly such wonderful sounds. We really got to listen in across the various cams. And I'm so glad that we managed to go up to the old Donyo cam in Kenya. See that elephant bull, though it was brief. We've got the giraffe here. So much amazing time spent at Jamala. And while we were at Jamala, we were chatting about Tau Lodge, and we managed to go up to Africam Tau as well. So it was a splendid time with all of you during live at the Waterhole. But it's time for me to say goodbye and to hand over to the lovely Amy. So bye, everyone. Until next time.
Thanks, Trish. It's so good to be back with everyone this afternoon, and looks like the waterhole has been busy this morning with lots of different species, but it's good to be here. My name is Amy, as Trish mentioned, and it is wonderful to be at the waterhole with you for the next few hours, right up until the sunset safari this afternoon. We're at Okokuyo. Looks like there are some giraffe that have come down to drink, as Trish mentioned. So lovely. I love watching giraffe coming to drink. It's great. Very entertaining. Also some springbuck having a little drink all around the waterhole, actually. Trish said that there's been a lot of beautiful sounds, so I'm excited to listen out for some of that. I hear some bird calls already. So yeah, it's a new day. You never know quite what we are in store for. So it's part of why I love the bush. It's one of those things of there's always the unexpected, always something that you may not anticipate coming out to surprise you. So it's what keeps me coming back every day anyway. Oh, there we go. The first time for me seeing giraffes drinking at Okakuyo. So this is special. You can hear that tick, tick, tick in the background while blacksmith lapwings calling. Diana from the UK, you want to know if rhinos ever come to drink. And yes, they do. Rhinos are, like any mammal, do need water to survive. And so they do it is possible for them to come to the waterhole to drink. It is something that's on the rarer side, and unfortunately, that is just because there are so few rhinos left that it is not something that we get to see very often. But I have seen rhinos drinking at waterholes. It is possible. And yeah, both black and white rhinos will need to get water to be able to survive. So I don't know if anyone has ever been seen alive at the Waterhole. If they have, someone can let me know. That would have been an incredibly special sighting, I'm sure. But yeah, it's one of those things, unfortunately, that is getting rarer to see these days. So if ever that is seen, that would be incredibly special. Looks like these giraffe are finished with their drink, slowly making their way off. Just having a look at the top of their heads, it looks like they have quite small horns or ossicones. Quite fluffy on the tips, not those sort of very bald, thick horns, which tell us that these look like two females. Never been to Namibia, to Etosha. I hope I can go one day, but from what I've been able to see here, I find it astonishing how much life there is in a place that looks quite desolate, to be honest. The way the animals can just, adapt and survive in these conditions, and all these white rocks surrounding the waterhole. It's amazing how easy they make it look to walk amongst them, and there's obviously clear animal paths that they use. I don't think I would be able to navigate so easily among all the rocks. But that was lovely. We are going to head now from Namibia to Kenya, to Old Donyo. Oh, fantastic. Look at this. We have a beautiful elephant bull having a drink, as well as some oryx. I think they got a little bit of a fright there as the elephant lifted its head. But interesting, this elephant, only one tusk, and not just a tusk, but quite a long tusk, very thick, very large. There's an eland coming from the right now as well. That elephant gave it a look and it wasn't quite sure, but it's braving, it's coming forward, having a drink. But this elephant, it very well could have only been born with one tusk. It is possible. I've seen elephants with only one tusk from already when they are younger, but it could have also broken off, or in some sort of a fight or injury that happened to it. And it is, especially if it did break right up at the top. I'm not sure if we'll be able to see with the camera right up by its mouth. Sometimes you can just see the very, very slight white tip up in that cavity where the tusk would have been. But that would have been very painful for the elephant should it have broken off right at the top. But he'll be no worse off with only one tusk. He'll be fine. And he does have, is very impressive, I must say. It is large. looks like the oryx have finished their drink. And now this elephant bull seems to be deciding if he's had enough or not. Looks like a beautiful day, Rodonio. That tusk looks very convenient for this elephant to rest its trunk on. You can imagine the weight of that. It's quite nice to have something to rest it on that's always with you. Well, while this elephant continues to drink, we are going to head over to Tau Lodge to see a crocodile. Oh, it's on the move. There are also some white-faced whistling ducks right here in the front right of the screen. And then just preening itself there is a beautiful grey heron. So this crocodile could be in the water for various reasons. Of course, the main majority of their diet is actually fish, specifically catfish, which are bottom feeders. They'll be right at the bottom in the mud, in the water. So often that is part of the reason that the crocs are in the water. Could be moving to find another nice sunny spot. Crocodiles are reptiles. They do need to bask in the sun in order to give heat to their bodies. Maybe it needs to cool down. Maybe it overheated a little bit. Simi, you want to know if a crocodile can see underwater. And the answer to that is yes. they can. Part of them being able to hunt underwater and catch fish and that sort of thing is definitely because they can see. I think they, of course, use other senses as well, but their eyesight is an important part of that. Being able to be an effective aquatic hunter. Dark Mane Lover, you say that this is such a beautiful sighting. Absolutely. It's not so often that we get to have good sightings of crocodiles. Often, sometimes they may be completely under the water and just their little eyes are sticking out, or maybe they're a little bit far from the camera, or they, well hidden in, some like lots of grass or something like that. So it's nice to actually see one moving as well. Often we just see them lazing about on the shore, basking in the sun. So to see this crocodile moving around is actually a real treat. So I do agree with you. And crocodiles are one of those, just as much, they have some predictable behavior, but you just also never know. I watched a video the other day. I think it might have even been one of the WildEarth clips that Egyptian goose got very close, too close to a crocodile that was basking in the sun, and it just grabbed it. So, as much as all the animals here look very, calm and going about their business, you never know with a crocodile exactly what it's thinking. It's also one of the rules of the bush is to never, enter a body of water. Oh, look at that crocodile now coming a little bit closer. Oh, wow, the heron caught something. Well, just watch that crocodile. Watch that crocodile. Look at that. That was crazy. Okay, so the heron caught a fish which we didn't see on the camera. And then that crocodile saw that happen and actually was stalking the heron. And I think the heron didn't notice that the crocodile was coming towards it and jumped out and tried to grab the heron. That was amazing. Just as I was talking about a crocodile I saw catch an Egyptian goose, this one stalks a grey heron. So this crocodile is definitely busy. It's on the hunt. Clearly going to take an opportunity if one presents itself. I think that black-winged stilt there, better be careful. Moonshine Lily, you say, talk about a hungry crocodile, laugh out loud. Yeah, exactly that. And look how it just disappears as well. I mean, you just never know. And what I was about to say before we were interrupted by a hunt was, in the bush, you never go into a body of water or even go close to one, even if it's small, because you never know what can be inside of that water. Sometimes there is a crocodile, and just because there hasn't been one there before doesn't mean that there isn't one there now. They are extremely well camouflaged and can completely hide themselves if they need to. And they can launch, they can really, get out of the water. They've got incredibly actually long back legs, more than what you think. And should they be just below the surface near the shoreline, or that any animal really is standing too close to the shoreline, they can easily launch themselves with those strong back legs up and snatch onto something standing too close to the water's edge. We're going to leave this crocodile to carry on doing its thing here. We may visit it again a little bit later, but we're going to head on over to Tembe Elephant Park and, of course, to see some elephants. Lovely stuff. So we are now in another province of South Africa called KwaZulu-Natal, and that is on more of the eastern side of the country. And this is an elephant that has started to, looks like splash itself with mud, but let's have a look, see what it's doing. Also hear some doves calling in the background. Beautiful. The first time I've actually seen an elephant using its foot like that to kick up mud onto its belly. Usually, like what we saw yesterday, was elephants clearly using their foot to mix the water and mud together, bring up the sediment from the bottom of the dam or waterhole that then mixes with the water and makes a really nice slushy mud for them. But this is actually looks like it's finding it easier to kick up the mud straight onto its belly rather than even using its trunk. Maybe it's just a little bit of a thicker texture. Also, another elephant with only one tongue.
Are you WildEarth's biggest fan? Well, we have a brand new competition for you. Join our naturalists on Safari Live and listen out for weekly questions. To enter the competition, head over to our Instagram, search #WildEarthFanOfTheMonth and comment your answer under the post. The monthly winner will be determined by the total quickest and most correct answers. We announce our winner at the end of every month. Tune in to Safari Live daily.
So we have some nyalas here that are also around by the Tembe Waterhole, and this nyala in particular that was right in the middle of the camera is actually a young male. You can see his colors are changing from the sort of browny auburn color and starting to get darker with some horns. But there's that elephant now, that second one that we saw starting to splash itself with mud. I found that so interesting actually to see the way it waited for the bigger one to finish. Obviously, this is the preferred mud wallowing spot. So they both didn't want to be there at the same time, maybe just not enough space for the two of them to be there together. So it waited until the one was done, and now it's taking its chance to get some mud on itself. Lady Macbeth, KZN is your favorite place on earth. Wow. Well, I'm so glad that we have a African here for you so that you can see exactly what's happening here live. It is a wonderful province, so much variety, lots to do, lots to see. We also have a pair of woolly-necked storks walking across the veld here. Luray, I think it is. Apologies if I'm not pronouncing it correctly. Lyra. Okay, there we go. You say that they're peaceful sounds coming from the emerald-spotted wood doves at Tembe, and yes, absolutely, that is right. That is the dove that is calling in the background. It is a soft, beautiful call. Speeds up as it descends in tone, which is just a lovely sound in the background. This is so peaceful. Oh wow, this elephant is going all in, fully committing. I'm going to get that bum scratch as well. Wow, that's brilliant. I mean, if you've got to itch, you've got to itch, right? Almost looks like a dog. Dogs also do that where they sometimes rub their backsides on the ground. But this is brilliant. Oh man, that looks so wonderful. Other than the emerald spotted wood doves, I also definitely hear sounds of weavers. I can't tell you exactly which one. They all do sound quite similar, but they definitely are somewhere around the water chirping away, that very busy sound of all those birds together. So it's definitely summertime is coming. You don't often hear the weavers calling in the winter. So with the heat on the rise, definitely heavy. I do actually see some bits of yellow flicking past the camera as they flying past. So I'm sure that is them starting to get their weaving for the summer. Just notice on this elephant as well, its left ear on our right hand side is very, very tattered. Far more than the one ear, far more than the other. And it's not that old of a bull. Often we associate when an elephant has very tatty ears with a sign of aging, which it is. But that doesn't mean that young elephants can't also have had damage to their ears, even if they are young. And this is an example of that. Oh, perfect. So I think this tree is the designated rubbing post for all the elephants that come to this waterhole. It looks very well used. And classic behavior once they have had their mud bath and put some mud on their skin. And now it's time to rub off that mud that has hopefully trapped some of the insect and parasites and ticks that are on their bodies, but also just a nice chance to scratch some of those difficult to reach places, especially behind the ears, sometimes on the bum or even on the chin, and they really get in there. You can actually see how smooth that tree is from all the animals that come past and rub on it. So we have enjoyed these elephants here that came down for some mud bathing, but now we're going to head back to Jamala and have another look at the elephants that are there. So yesterday there was a very big herd of elephants, and now there is here again today. I can't tell you for sure if it's the same herd or not, but it's definitely a similar number of elephants. I'll try and see if there's any special characteristics we can maybe find in one or two elephants, some key features that we can see if it's the same elephants that are coming back every day. Lovely to see so many elephants together. These ones here in the front are enjoying a nice cool drink of water. You can also hear a grey go-away bird in the background saying, "Go away." Someone wasn't happy with someone else there. Sometimes when you're out in the bush or on a walk or even a drive or in a distance, you hear the trumpet or the squeal of an elephant, and you can't, unless you've heard it before or actually seen them do it, it's difficult to believe that it comes from an elephant. You sort of wonder, what's that? And then you realize that it's a herd of elephants, and some of the younger ones make these sounds. clearly time for some elephants to move off and make some space for some others. Oh, there's one that's coming very... Oh, they were all walking actually this way. So there has been some clear communication between these elephants. Clearly one not happy with others, wanting some, I think, space to be made. There's a very small spot where I think there is the freshest water, which is why all these elephants are gathered around there. And elephants can be very tolerant of one another, but I think it gets to a point where when someone has been at the watering spot a bit long, they need to let someone else in. Excuse the speck on the screen, everyone. I think a little bug actually landed there. I'm sure it may fly away soon. Looks like there's some elephants actually having a rest right at the back on the opposite side. I'm not sure if we can zoom in, but they are taking a bit of a lie down, it looks like. Maybe some of the younger ones there on the far side of the waterhole. So just to the left of these elephants that are here drinking, it was actually what I was speaking about yesterday, which is quite interesting the other day. I know I've mentioned it before, but if there is a herd of elephants and some of the younger ones need to rest, because they need to rest more than the bigger elephants, and they just need to have a bit of a snooze or have a break from all the walking, then they will lie down and the bigger ones will actually surround them and face outwards to make sure that they are protected. And it looks like that is maybe what is happening on the far side there. with a few of the little ones lying down in the middle. I think I had a question about whether baby elephants sleep standing up, and I said yes, they can, but often because of their size, they do lie down quite a lot more. And there we have an example of that actually happening. It looks like at least two that are taking a bit of a rest there. And so the rest of the herd will wait until it also is a chance, of course, for them to have a rest, but they will just let them catch their breath, get some energy, and then the matriarch will say, all right, it's time to go. And mom will help them up and they'll move off. But so we'll see. We'll keep an eye on them here and see if we can actually see that happening today. Brandon, you want to know if this would be a time for predators to actually attack a herd of elephants? In a way, I can understand the thought there is because the babies are vulnerable lying down. But in fact, because the adult elephants that are in the herd are so protective over those little ones, it's exactly why they position them the way they do within the herd and the bigger ones surrounding them, so that there is actually no way that a predator would be able to get to those little ones. Elephants are incredible in that way. So if they were to maybe it would be a good time in that they're all sort of resting and a little bit slowing down and maybe not as aware. If anything, they would then, try and, just like with perhaps a buffalo herd, they would try and actually break up the herd and separate a calf from its mom. But because elephants are so huge and so protective, that those adult elephants are not shy to chase back the lions, for example. It would be a risk for the lions to try and hunt elephants. Really is the only you would need more than a leopard on its own wouldn't be able to take on a herd of elephants, whereas a pride of lions may stand a better chance to try and separate a calf from the herd. So yeah, it's an interesting question actually when we think about it. Would this time where they are resting near a waterhole be a good time for them to hunt them? I think they would have more luck perhaps hunting them at night, where the elephants are disadvantaged because they are daytime animals. Their eyesight's adapted to the day, and at night they are compromised slightly. Not that they can't see, they definitely can, but it is not as well adapted to nighttime as the cats that do hunt at night, like your leopards and lions. So, yeah, I personally haven't seen elephants being preyed upon at this particular time. But are the babies vulnerable? Yes, to an extent. However, the adults are so aware of the fact that the babies are lying down resting that they too take the precautions necessary to make sure that those young ones are safe. just noticed this large bull elephant that's standing with its bum towards us right in the middle. Has a very skew tail and quite a big kink in it actually. Looks like it's grown with a bit of a kink in its cartilage right at the end of the tail. Still looks like it works just as well as a straight one. Perhaps not as, there, just try to flick its back. It's not as, how do I put this, loose. It's a bit more stiff because of the kink there. So it doesn't quite flick as easily from side to side. And it tries to hit the flies away. But you want to know the bird that's calling. I can't see it, but just based on the way it is, that repetitive call, quite a pretty tune. I think it is a scrub robin. And because of where we are at Madikwe, I think it might be a Kalahari scrub robin. So they have that very typical pretty tune that they will sing over and over again. But unfortunately, I can't put eyes on it, so it's a little bit hard to say. They also have a variable call, so they do change often, the scrub robins, their calls. But if I had to hazard a guess, I would definitely say scrub robin. But how lovely it is to just enjoy watching these elephants at the waterhole. Can never take it for granted how lucky we are to be able to do this, as well as for the viewers to be able to watch and learn and enjoy the beauty that the African bush has to offer. These elephants are really enjoying their time at the waterhole today. And it's fascinating to watch them all doing their thing. The ones at the back are still resting, although there are some in the front now just blocking those little ones that were lying down. But they are still there. They are still having their rest. These on the left look like they're moving off. Slowly but surely, the family groups will start to head off in different directions. Martin, you want to know, I think the question is if elephants make a strained call if they are in danger. Apologies for any breakup there, everyone. I believe the question was from Martin about elephants making a strained call if they are in danger. And yes, they most certainly will. Elephants are very vocal. Should they come across even a scent of a predator, something that they don't like or they feel threatened by, they will make a trumpeting sound, similar to what we've been hearing actually around the waterhole, but a lot more of it, a lot more frenzied, and they will definitely make themselves heard. It's actually quite scary. I once saw live, like on Game Drive, that I was taking. We had elephants pick up the scent of hyena. And those hyena, they don't stand a chance against an elephant, but they were around near a waterhole, and those elephants, especially one of the younger teenagers, just full on charged these hyena, trumpeting like crazy, and chased them off and got very, very worked up. So I think different elephants as individuals, they react differently. I've also seen elephant bulls approaching a pan where they were going to come and mud bath, and there was a pride of lions lying sort of on their route. They picked up on the scent. They sort of lifted out their ears and sort of walked a little bit faster with some purpose towards the lions, and the lions just scrammed. They were out of there. But those particular elephant bulls didn't make any sort of noise towards the lions, because to be honest, it's more of when they feel they're under threat or they detect a threat more than in danger. Definitely if there are predators around and their young ones are in danger, the elephants will definitely be very vocal and make strained calls. I've never personally seen an elephant being caught or preyed upon where it's actually been taken down by something like a pride of lions and is, similar. I know a buffalo, when they get caught, they make this terrible bellowing sound when they actually are dying. So I wouldn't be able to say if that's the same for an elephant, but I definitely don't think they would keep quiet. I think if they were under attack, they would make a very, very loud noise. Part of that is also the intimidation factor, to try and chase off whatever is endangering them. Martin, I hope that answers your question. Right, well, while these elephants are carrying on with their time at Jamala, we are going to head back to Old Donyo and see a giraffe that's come to drink.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
It looks like these elephants have briefly stopped drinking, and looks like they're having a meeting, all standing in a circle looking at each other. Is heading into the hottest part of the day now, from about 3 p.m. to about 4 p.m. and then the temperature does start dropping, so not uncommon for elephants to slow down a bit and not be very active in this time of the day. Some zebra moving in the background as well. They also very often are around this particular waterhole. Right, so it actually looks like one of the little elephants, I think, that were lying down have moved off now with mom. We can just see them walking there in the background. So I wonder if that whole group there that was resting is now gonna start moving. There comes another one. Did look like there was an elephant walking in from the left-hand side. I'm not sure if we're able to pan to the left, but if we do, there may be some new elephants that are coming down. But it just looks like everything's really gotten still. Everyone taking a bit of a rest. Even the elephants here standing in front. One started to drink again. Oh, there comes, that was the one there coming down. But really slowing down. They're not as vocal as they were earlier. But of course, that's what we can hear, not necessarily truly them being quiet, as they do communicate with sound below the frequency that the human ear can pick up as well. So they very well could be having a fat conversation, but we wouldn't know about it. slowly these elephants are actually starting to move off little by little. They are taking their time, which if I was their size and had no cares or worries as they do, I would also have no rush. There's no way that they need to be. So they have enjoyed their time today at the waterhole, definitely. And they are slowly, there's another one of those little elephants, this large elephant bull that's just walking in front of them now. But here's a little one on the far bank, one of the ones that were lying down. Shelby, you are 8 years old and you want to know why the elephants are drinking at one spot when there is such a huge waterhole available. Shelby, that is a very good question, and I agree with you. It is a little bit confusing. But what happens with elephants is they are actually rather fussy drinkers. They want to drink the freshest and cleanest water that is available to them. And I think that spot that they've all been standing around and drinking is where there is the freshest, cleanest water that they can get hold of. And so that's why they've all been trying to drink from that spot. The other areas of the waterhole are a lot more muddier and a lot dirtier water. And you'll see that the elephants actually move across to those smaller puddles when they want to splash mud on themselves. So they prefer to use that dirty, muddy water that is at the other parts of the waterhole when they also take their trunks, but this time they don't ingest the water, they don't drink it. It actually gets squirted on the backs of them. And that's why we see some of the elephants with lots of different coloring of grey. So they might have darker splotches on them, and that's because of the mud that they've sprayed on themselves. So Shelby, I hope that answers your question. Thank you so much for asking it. We love getting the children involved with the show, so please, if there are any other kiddies that would like to ask questions, chat to mom and dad or your teacher, whoever's with you, and we'd love to hear from you as well. In fact, just since we're on that topic, every Wednesday on the Sunset Safari between 4 and 5 p.m., teachers can register their classes for the WildEarth show, and they can also, I think it's interactive, so that hour is dedicated to schools and questions from kids, which is very exciting. So if you'd like to find out more, just go to wildearth.tv/kids, and we can get you registered there as a teacher, and then you can also share the kiddies' questions and also have them enjoy some time on a Wednesday dedicated to learning more about Africa and the animals that we find here. Ooh, some exciting stuff. We have looks like zebra and giraffe that have come for a drink at Old Donyo. So let's head to Kenya and see what we can find there. How lovely, a very familiar scene for this waterhole. But actually so lovely to see some different lighting now that we are broadcasting from a little bit later in the day. We've got the afternoon sun coming through at the waterhole, so a new perspective to give. Yesterday was quite overcast here at Oldonyo, so we didn't have the same view or look about the view. There are also some giraffe coming, more and more of them. So we will watch them approach and see if they manage to get a drink of water this afternoon. Mary Kate, I think it is, you say that you just love how cautiously they approach the water. I do too, Mary Kate. It is absolutely one of the most entertaining things out here. Also, I love the way every single one of them has a different way to drink. So you can see the one in the middle actually was quite funny. It sort of had its left leg out way further than its right and possibly slipping a little bit. But some do the straight leg like the one on the right, some bend like the one on the left. The one in the middle is going very wide. If this fourth one comes and takes the gap, that will be an incredible photo. But what's special about this waterhole is the angle of the camera, that we get to see basically, well, definitely not eye level with the giraffe, but at ground level with the waterhole. So we get this amazing view up at the animal. Looks like there is a wagtail coming across the very front of the waterfall. I think that just from the colouring there, the black and white is the African pied wagtail. But that signature tail going up and down as it walks past. But this is magnificent with these giraffe here. Definitely on my list of favourites that we get to see out on safari.
Attention all WildEarth fans. It's that time of the year when the sun rises earlier and sets later. And WildEarth is shifting show times. From October, our daily sunrise safari is moving an hour earlier, live at the Waterhole is moving an hour later, and our daily sunset safari is moving half an hour later. Don't miss a moment. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
group of elephants at the back have now all left. We can just see the last of them moving off. The one coming in now, this bull, clearly has just had a mud bath. You can see his skin is glistening in the sunlight. But because he's so big, he is now pushing himself into, looks like the favorite place to have a drink, but also using that smaller elephant as a bit of a rubbing post. He's left a whole bunch of mud on its back. You can see the darker colouring there compared, there we go. So that elephant got a bit of a free, he's getting pushed around a bit. Looks like a young bull as well, so a little bit of dominance there by a much larger bull pushing around one of the younger ones. So now you can clearly see just on top of the tail, heading up on the rump and then the spine, that little bit of extra mud that's there now from where that elephant pushed his way into the favorite drinking spot. Closest to the camera, you actually have a really nice example of what I was mentioning earlier to Shelby about when the elephants choose the other dirtier water areas that are full of mud to splash themselves, and you get these darker marks. And this elephant had, looks like just one squirt on its left ear. Oh, look, it's even turning to show us nicely. Nina, what an interesting question. You want to know if what happens to an elephant if it swallows rocks, shallow rocks while drinking. That is a very good question. I don't even know if they can swallow rocks, but if they did by accident, I think it would have to be an accident. They wouldn't do it on purpose. You know, something like a bird, for example, actually swallows rocks or purposefully pebbles to go into its stomach, which is called a gizzard, and that actually helps with the digestion and the breaking up because they don't have teeth. But an elephant, if for some reason, although they are quite fussy drinkers, so if there was any debris in the water, they would get rid of it before they drink it. But should they swallow something, I don't think too much would happen to them. I think it would just pass through their digestive system and come out on the other end. There would be no nutrients or anything for it to actually absorb. So it would just go to the stomach. It would ferment with the rest of the vegetation that it's eaten and then come out the other end. But I'll keep checking the elephant dung that I come across out in the bush and see if I do find any rocks in them. But that to me would be the logical answer to your question. But they wouldn't struggle or have choke or anything like that, because if they were to drink any, they would be very small. There would be nowhere that an elephant would swallow a large rock while drinking their trunk. Okay, well, from one herd of elephants to another, let's head over to Tau Lodge. Always lovely to watch these elephants drinking. You can hear some of the wind. Clearly quite a breezy day at Ntikwe.
World Animal Day is here, and WildEarth is rallying for a battle of the ages. One naturalist reigns victorious, and the time for redemption has arrived. It's Safari Bingo. Catch the chaos and contention as our naturalists compete to spot the most animals. Join us on our sunset safaris and spot the next sovereign of the safari. WildEarth, we are Safari.
So these elephants are slowly moving off. I do wonder if they're going to drink any more or sort of make their way back towards the vegetation to feed. But we'll have a look, see what they decide to do. You can see on this one walking from the right hand side, it looks like it has some socks on its feet, but that's actually just the water line of where it was standing when it was drinking just now. Jed, you want to know if the matriarch of the herd will wait for the elephants to be done drinking, or if they will, when she's done, then they will decide to them. Jet, sorry, I said Jet. Jet, it's a good question. I think that the matriarch is very considerate of her herd. I think that she knows what they need. There's a reason they've come down to the water. And she will definitely decide when it is time to go. I don't think it's as cut and dry as saying, well, I'm done, so we're leaving. I've definitely seen a matriarch, wait and not necessarily just walk off immediately. Sometimes they'll just rest for a while the younger ones are maybe still having some fun in the water. But there is definitely a time when the matriarch decides that it is time to go, and there's a clear communication. Sometimes we can hear it, sometimes we can't. I've been at waterholes with elephants where there's like a rumble from the matriarch, and you just see the behavior change instantly, and the elephants start moving off. Other times there's been nothing that I could hear, but immediately there's been some sort of a change, like it's time to go now. So I don't think it's as clear as one or the other. I think sometimes cut their fun short. They've been here long enough. Because, of course, as with any sort of prey species, I say that in inverted commas because elephants they're not predators. So we do classify them along with prey species. But they do feel vulnerable out in the open, and especially when it comes to a place like a waterhole, it is very open. And if there are lots of little ones around, the matriarch may say, okay, this is enough time here now. Everyone's had enough water, and I feel like we will be safer if we move off into the thicker vegetation where we're more protected. So I hope that answers your question, Jet. And it's one of those, it is amazing. I think it never ceases to amaze me when I see that happen, the way a matriarch can clearly communicate an instruction and the herd follows it. Even now, there would have been a clear communication that it's time to go. Just based off of the size of these elephants, I would assume that the matriarch is the one on the sort of the far right, the biggest one there, leading them off. And she would have decided that it's time now for them to head off together. can actually see that matriarch on the right lifting her trunk and pointing it forward, having a good sniff of whatever's ahead of her. She definitely sniffed the impala and the springbuck there, and they actually changed direction. If you saw that they were walking straight towards them, she decided, no, we'll just go around. And now she's checking things out ahead of them, just making sure that there's nothing there. Often elephants do that when they are sniffing a scent in particular, is raise their trunk like a circus elephant, like they used to do, and point it forwards almost like a telescope, and have a good sniff of whatever they're trying to pick up. If you ever are on a safari in real life, and you do have a herd of elephants pass by, they will often do that to the vehicle and sniff the vehicle just like that. So they'll walk past you, have a look at you, and then lift their trunk up with the tip of the trunk facing towards you. You can see their two nostrils, and then they have a good sniff just to suss out what you are, and they can then move on and carry on with what they were doing or where they were going. All right, well, as these elephants leave the waterhole, the giraffe from earlier at Old Donyo seems to have come back for a drink. Quite a long drink today, actually. I think there are some oxpeckers that are just keep going into this giraffe's ear as it's having its drink and flicks its head trying to get them out. I can imagine that might just tickle them quite a lot if they right there inside your ear. You can imagine how that must feel. Oh, well, that was successful, finally. Sometimes these giraffes walk multiple times to the waterhole and don't actually get any water in because they are so cautious. But that time that giraffe did actually manage to come down and have some water. Okay, well, that was special to see that giraffe drinking. But while we wait to see if anything comes down to drink here at Old Donyo, there are still some elephants at Jamala, so let's go have a look at them. There's one little one that's there on the left-hand side. Looks like it is having a little drink of water, but I doubt that it's by itself. I'm sure there must be a few others perhaps just behind it on their way or waiting around for this little one to have a drink. The one right in front of us looks like a large bull just having a bit of a rest, I think. Look at that trunk on the ground. Completely extended when they do that. Relaxing all those muscles that are in their trunk and just giving a chance to let the ground carry the weight of that trunk rather than their heads.
Do you want to touch the lives of future protectors of our Earth? Thanks to our wonderful WildEarth explorers, WildEarth Kids is back. Sign your class up for WildEarth schools and enjoy a special virtual field trip to Africa with interactive learning tailored for kids.
Very warm welcome to the kids from WildEarth Primary School.
We'll be dedicating the first hour of sunset safaris every Wednesday to our planet's future defenders. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
They take bits of the day and of the night to rest and shut down, but never, not the sleep like we understand it. The animals out here need to constantly be aware of any threats and dangers. So they wouldn't shut down completely, but they would take an opportunity to rest their heads, their trunks, close their eyes. And if you have ever seen a sleeping elephant, it is exactly what you think it would be. There's that very large bull that I was pointing out earlier. He's coming now towards the water. He's actually a different shade to the other elephants, but still the same species. It's just a bit of, I think, mud splashing as well as dust bathing with this sandy red soil that's made him a little bit darker than the other elephants that are around him. So this is very interesting, everyone. This large bull elephant that has its back towards us is definitely bigger than the other two elephants that are close by. We can actually hear some of the vocalizations there. And if you noticed, did you see how he took his trunk and actually pushed the younger bull away? Now, this bull is probably, if not more than 3 times the age, maybe 2 to 3 times the age of these smaller elephants, possibly, and he's definitely just making sure they know that he is bigger and more dominant than them. And they're not putting up a fuss; they're accepting it. He hasn't chased them completely away from the water, but there is clearly the indication of the bigger one throwing his weight around a little bit. Both these elephant, definitely a younger male here, I'm not sure in the front, possibly a bull, chance to have a rest. Clear indication is that trunk in front resting on the ground. Often if you do see an elephant standing doing that, they are actively resting.
Welcome to Africam, your window to Africa's wild spaces. Immerse yourself in the captivating sights and sounds of nature. With our high-definition cameras, you'll feel like you're right there, in the heart of the action, where every moment is a surprise waiting to unfold. Join our global community of wildlife enthusiasts as we witness nature's drama unfold in real time.
So we are heading into the final few minutes of the Live at the Waterhole show today. Just a reminder that the Waterhole now begins at 10:30 in the morning and goes all the way through to the sunset safari, which begins at 3 p.m. There has been a constant flow of elephants coming to and from this waterhole. I see another very large bull approaching from the left-hand side, making his way, maybe a bit of a mud bath and drink this afternoon. But it's been so interesting to watch the behavior of the elephants change from the morning all the way through, from when I joined and then now into the middle of the afternoon. They've become a lot less rowdy, I think would be an appropriate term to use. A lot of the younger ones have moved off with their family groups, and now we actually have, for the most part, bulls left behind. I think there is one mom and little one around still. But look at that boy. Oh, man. Wow. Very, very impressive. Looks like he may have been here earlier, actually. Susan, you say it's great to spend our last few minutes with Ellies. I couldn't agree more. They are fascinating creatures, and I enjoy spending time with them so much. There's always something new to see, something new to learn, to observe their behavior. It's such a privilege, and that's how we get to learn about these elephants. It's by watching them. That bull has a bit of a nick in his front left tusk. We've got one blocking our view now, but I'm sure it'll move off soon. You can just see, oh, he moved his head now as well. But often we find that one tusk, actually the one right here in the camera, closest to us, also has a nick in its front left tusk. And it's interesting to note that sometimes with elephants, they can favor one over the other, meaning they either left or right tusked, as humans are left or right-handed. And if you look closely, some elephants are both sides. They can use both equally, but often there is one side that they tend to use more, and that's the one that tends to have more damage. A nick here or a crack there, or is maybe a little bit shorter than the other one. And so that's how we tend to be able to tell if an elephant is left or right tusked. But yes, what a lovely way to end the show. It has been an elephant-filled adventure today. We have been spoilt with these animals that have been busy at the water doing all sorts of different things. We've got to learn about some of their behavior. We've got to see babies resting and some mud bathing, some drinking. So we really have been spoiled. It's been lovely to be with you all once again on the Waterhole show. And every day is different. Every day is something new. Please don't go anywhere. Straight after the Waterhole, we do have our sunset safari that will be live on WildEarth across all the different channels that you can watch from. So please do make sure that you stay tuned in on WildEarth. These two elephant bulls having a bit of a head-to-head, quite literally. Nothing too serious at the moment, but just a bit of maybe a greeting of sorts. So from myself, Trishala, and the whole Waterhole team, we thank you so much for joining us today. We really do appreciate every single one of our viewers. Thank you for your comments, your questions. We absolutely love it. And what's great about saying goodbye is that I get to say hello again tomorrow. I'll be joining again in the afternoon for the afternoon session of the Waterhole. So I'm really looking forward to that. We hope you all have an absolutely lovely day or evening further, depending on where in the world you are watching from. But from myself, goodbye.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.